I'm a very competitive person, and I feel like when I do speedrun something, a lot of people expect like world record. So if I'm not, I don't know, if I yeah, I'm saying it again. If I'm just doing speedruns more casually and I'm not actually trying to go for record, it's I don't know. I'm very much an all or nothing kind of person when it comes to speedrunning. No, it's okay. You know, there was another I used to use the word like. I would say, you know, constantly say like, and I think I still do it a decent amount, but somebody pointed it out. And I feel like I've gotten better as I say whatever though. I have been more. Everybody does that. Okay, but there's some cases where people do it all the time, and you start to pick up on it, right? When somebody uses a certain word a lot. Was an appropriate use of the word? Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not like you can't use the word, but sometimes you could definitely use it too much. Oh, let me start my YouTube stream. All right, well, it's a new day. Everyone uses literally. Pause in my speech a lot. Yeah, I lose my train of thought sometimes. Skip intro. Boom. Alright, so it's this guy. I think this guy's always first, the tall man. So it seems like the NPCs say the same stuff, as far as I could tell. But the thing is, there's some NPCs that we've never met. All right, I mean, we'll let him in. Are there visitors during the first day? I'm pretty sure this fucking lady is a visitor, no? It's random. The thing is, they say the same stuff, so it's like, how are you supposed to know? Well, okay, that's a dumb question. You're supposed to know by checking the signs. Alright, whatever, come in. Oh, I've never met this guy. Hey, you on the other side of the door. I can hear your footsteps. Mind if I crash here for the night? Why are you so cheerful? There's enough anger out here already. Yeah, times are tough, but there's still so much worth fighting for. The next generation, art, just the joy of life itself. If we keep telling ourselves it'll be okay, then hey, maybe things will get a little easier. What's there to be happy about? There's plenty of reasons, but I can't tell you what should make you happy. What did you used to love doing before all this happened? Try to remember what brought you joy. We can't allow ourselves to wallow in despair, now more than ever. Hope you remember what it was like to feel joy. Maybe then death won't be the only thing on your mind. Alright, let's just let frickin' everybody in. Maybe we should just do a playthrough where we just let every single person in. The thing is, though, you can't... There's like a limit to how many people there are, because sometimes when somebody comes to the door, they'll be like, "Hey, that fucking guy in the bathroom, get him, you gotta throw him out." I fucking hate that guy. Sometimes they have, like, I think if the NPC that is coming to the door has the same location in the house as another person, they're gonna ask you to pick them out. Silksong era over? Probably not. I still want to do runs of Silksong. But I mean, I'm not a one-trick pony. You know, I like playing other stuff. I don't want to just play Silksong forever. It is a lot of fun though. I'm a regular pony. All right. The visitors have perfect white teeth. Okay. Yeah, this is what he said before. What's up, dude? Everything's gonna be okay. Still feeling cheerful. Not exactly cheerful, but I'm not falling apart either. We're still human, still holding on. We're not making the storm any worse than it already is. When it's all over, I think we'll be able to forgive each other for the things we've done. As long as there's compassion, there's humanity. You with me? Let me see your teeth. Oh, shit. I think we gotta kill him, chat. Wonder if a person's teeth says a lot about them. Everything's easier with a gun, isn't it? No need to listen, no need to think, just pull the trigger instead. Makes things easier. Well, he was a visitor. Show me your teeth. Just have my teeth fixed, though. If I'm honest, I can't remember being at the dentist. Was I ever even there? God, I'm so nervous. I can't even remember if I ate yesterday. Do I fit the description? Yeah. 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 Oh my god, I was chased out of my home, fired from my job, and now I'm gonna get run out of my own head. How'd you pay for the dentist, then? Scared of dying. Well, wait, can you cover my eyes? Do you have some kind of bandage? Yeah, she's a visitor, too. Well... Alright. Success. Hello. Who are you? I'm not a visitor, but I do have a request I'll ask you later. I'm not sure if I can trust you with it yet. Take off your jacket. No. You don't have to let me in. I'll leave. I won't beg. I won't bother you any longer. Oh, yeah, come on in. Feeling is a bit low, but it's fine. You need to keep some even if they are visitors for the FEMA visitor outside. Anyone alive in there? Mind letting me in? Who the heck are you? Why don't you knock your own damn head in instead? Don't bang on my door. Hey now, no hard feelings, didn't mean to wake ya. Ain't been sleeping a wink myself. Used to be a grave digger, you know? Not that there's much point in it now. Graves don't mean nothing no more. People just keel over and rot where they fall. You see something out there? Sure did, damn it. I was digging a grave, one some fella ordered. He's standing there watching me work. I was digging and digging and digging, and then bam, the shovel hit something. Thought it was a rock, but no, a hand reached up out of the soil. It was a visitor crawling up out of the ground, and that guy, he just laughed. I ran like hell and didn't look back, didn't dare go home, figured it's safer in a crowd. Yeah, come on in. Just be quick with that door, alright? I'm terrified those visitors might be right behind me. this lady? I wonder if this lady is related to the big mama. Big Mama Kekona. Yeah, I don't know. I let them in before, but then the kid disappeared. I can't remember. I mean, I guess it's random if they're a visitor. Some of them. He ate the kid? Alright, you know what? They can find somewhere else to go. Alright, FEMA is here. Dirt under the fingernails. Well, nobody died. Wait a sec. Can we get the delivery service already? Where the hell are these people? Are they all in that? Wish them visitors would just go back underground. Why'd you become a gravedigger? Huh? Oh, my job? Yeah, I don't know actually. Cemetery's kind of like a library, you know, but these books aren't for reading. They just lie there quiet. Used to know every grave, who's where, how their arms were folded, what suit they had on, their names. Then one day I'm digging a fresh hole, right? Normal day, nothing weird, feels deep enough, and then bam, empty. Empty, I tell ya, but the paper said someone should have been down there. Some guy, dead for sure. I remember he had a mustache, but poof, gone like dew in the morning. A dead man disappears, is that like dying all over again? You know what? Let me test you. I'm wide open, turned inside out long ago. Fuck does that mean? He's a grave digger though, so like, I'm gonna check his teeth. When you dig too deep, sometimes you just don't find bones. These white ones are mine, fair and square. Those shiny ones, well, let's just say I found them. Would've been wasted down there anyway, but look, ta-da, they came in handy. The fuck? If only there was a little warmth. Keeping the jacket on? Yes, there's one thought that frightens me. What happens if I take it off? I can't get warm even in the heat. If I remove the jacket, will I die from the cold? Or worse, remain alive and feel even colder? Aren't you sweating? So you don't shower? Not gonna answer that question, sorry. Show me your teeth. I think we should kill her. Bite my lips until they bleed sometimes, just to feel the warmth of my own blood, a reminder that I'm still alive. Yeah, that sounds fucking weird. Nobody, who fucking says that? Other dudes just chilling, man. Yeah, I don't know when we can get the for rest delivery service. I wonder if you can call the number without actually learning it first. Like if you just know the number. The numbers are random? I don't think so. Or maybe they are. The FEMA hotline's the same anyways. Howdy. Not letting you in, bozo. Is your door nice and sturdy? You never know what might happen to it. You understand. Got a gun. Delicious. Bear gives courage to the coward, yes. So, you alone? No. Kinda curious what happens if I say I'm alone, but I also didn't make a save, so... The thing is, if you say that you're alone, but you still have people... Hey, Brog Boy. Z... Ha 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 ha, I know you're alone. I just wanted to see if you'd lie or not. I'll let myself in. Days later, the house remains empty. Everyone avoids it like a dark omen. More rumors swirl than the number of those who ever called it home. The house, just like the final traces of its owner, has been lost to time. No relatives ever come to collect what was left behind. The homeowners simply vanish as if they had never existed at all. Well, yeah, I got eaten, probably. Everything that belonged to them is lost, worn away, or forgotten. Why do people disappear so completely? Once death finds you, the proof... Oh, belongings, creations, thoughts, memories... all dissolve into the void. This is the shitty ending, eh? No more you, only nothingness. Alright, game. You get it. As if you were never part of this world to begin with. Does that even count as an ending? Does. All right. I think this guy is always human, the tall guy. Yeah, she was a visitor last time. This guy was fine. But again, I don't know if it's like... I don't know. Hey, Fart King, thank you for the 44 months. I will say I'm also I'm pretty excited for Welcome to the Game 3. I hope that's gonna be hope it's gonna be good. Okay, I'm gonna check this guy's teeth again. But I mean, they seem fine. Check her teeth again. Well, actually, I mean, I don't know. We have one visitor right now. Like, technically we could leave. Okay, so I don't know. People in chat were saying that as long as there's only two, or if there's only one visitor, they don't kill. It's only if there's two. Well, I know she's a visitor, but we need to give... We need to be able to... We need to give the visitors to FEMA. What was the number for the... Oh, the neighbor's different this time. Yeah, okay, you guys are right. I guess FEMA's always the same, though. Oh, look, wait, we got 4 rests. 224, 824. Let's get the energy drink. Thank you, buddy. Oh, it's this guy. Well, I mean, he was a visitor, but we can let him in, I guess. We could keep him to give to FEMA. Oh, it's this girl. I think she was fine last time. Oh, it's the couple. No, I'm just not gonna let... No, you can leave. Fuck you. Wait, how about Energica? I'm willing to give you everything I have left if it means my darling can get a moment's rest. Oh. Well, we just got some, and I'm pretty sure this guy was a visitor. He's also, like, beating his wife, so... No, it's alright. Well, last time I tried to kill him, and it just killed them both. Wait. Did I only have one energy? Oh, it refills it. It doesn't give you an extra one. Oh, shit. Well, that was a waste, eh? I didn't fucking know. I've never drank it before. I mean, the thing is, it's okay if we have this guy here, as long as he's just one. But the thing is, I don't know when we get the FEMA slip. No, the FEMA slip. Or if there's a way to get one like earlier. Yeah, I know that they're randomized, but he's a visitor this time again, okay? That's why I'm checking. I mean, just because somebody was a visitor last time, I'm still gonna check because maybe it's not the case, maybe it's not the same, but... Oh shit, killed the same... Well... Whoops. Oopsies. Okay. I don't think visitors get braces, chat. Howdy. What do you want? No. Your lucky day, I can hear someone whispering inside. Who knows where they'll be in a few days? Goodbye. Okay, well, she was a visitor last time, but... Oh, it's this guy. It's the cat guy. Open at the end. It was so long ago, perhaps it was a dream. Maybe you, I, and the fish only exist in the memory of a person who is long gone. Maybe no one really exists and it's only raining outside. It feels like things might truly fade away so very, very soon. What do you think? Do we inhabit the dream of another? Or are we the one who dreams? It's an interesting line. What does it mean? Need to think it through carefully. Do you have any insights to offer? I only came here to tell you something. Events will soon begin to unfold. You need to be ready. It may sound strange, but the cat must enter. Not yet explain how, yet I am certain it will help you. You can choose what you do with this information, of course. For me, I think I'll go have a ponder on the deeper meaning of your divination. But what if I don't let the cat in, though? Smells like someone died tonight. Wait, what? What do you mean? Wait, who? Oh, this fucking girl died. Shit. She was a human. Wait. What? Okay, that means that the the gravedigger... Oh, unless this guy... unless this guy is random. But I don't think that could have been the case, because then the girl would have died. I think the gravedigger... What the fuck? They're kind of red? Ever since that time, though, I've been jumpy, eyes darting, waiting for a visitor to creep up. Hard way to live. I mean, it has to be the... Alright, fuck it, dude. I don't know. Yeah, see, he was a fucking visitor. And so is the lady. I'm keeping Tall Man alive. You know, just fucking die. Well, we still got Tall Man at least. What? No delivery. Tall Man can't be. Gonna go become a visitor tonight. I'll make myself cry by remembering peaceful times. Alright, man, chill, dude. No! No! Tall Man! Wait. Am I dead? Oh. What's up? What's up, Stoner Man? Come on in, buddy. Oh no. Come in. Oh, it's this fucking lady with her cat. Alright, yeah, come on in. Free cat. Meow. Get the hairless armpits. You spill much every hour, every day, yet fan it, you do not. You just die. Give me the cat. I want my mommy. They came in and started talking and Dad said they were wrong. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Well. Still not sure what the basement is useful for. Alright, so it's just Stoner Man and the cat right now. Alright. Well, maybe we should check the stoner guy, actually, because maybe he's a visitor. Stoner. Gotta watch the strip show first. Heard it's because I don't wash my clothes, but I'm just living natural, baby. Come on, man, just like to blaze it, you know? Alright, let's go late. Oh wait, maybe we can order another delivery. I don't know, the cat food seems so good. This other survivor, what, the kid? I don't even think I guess you probably can test the kid, but probably fine. The thing is, what if I just like wait, if you have only visitors in your house, does that mean that the creepy guy at the door will always kill you? Or does it not matter? Like, as long as somebody's in the house. Like, even if it is a visitor. I don't know. Ugh. They took the little girl again, dude. No, I'm not alone. Wonderful, the cat's with you. What to do with the one who brought it is for you to decide. Maybe there's something if you, like, leave the crazy cat lady alone. Like, if you keep her as a visitor in the house. Perhaps they'll mention it on the radio. Oh, is that the testing portends doom thing? I still have no idea what was going on with that. Alright, well, we got the cat food. Hey, Adi, thank you for the 6 months. Minecraft Steve. Hey, Kradojan, thank you for the 15 months. Oh, right, he doesn't like the baked guy. No, I guess we can let him in. We kicked this guy out last time, so whatever. Sense that I never met her. Since the energy here is stagnant, something very bad is developing within. The sun and Leo are in the 5th house, I see it all so clearly. You're a pretty assertive person, aren't you? Huh? So you prefer to take action rather than talk. Typical Leo, am I right? You've accumulated a large amount of dark energy here. Yes, very unpleasant. I don't yet understand the how or why. Everything just feels so neglected. Suppose I should start with affirmations. Okay, and... There are prison guards in your prior incarnations. Give them space, you're just repeating the experiences of your past lives. You need to forgive them and accept their histories within yourself. Only then will you be able to break the chains of the endless cycle. Do you understand? No. But you can come in. Ah, delightful. You're in quite an excellent location here, to be honest. There's a powerful current of positive energy flowing through your house. Well, hopefully the fat man doesn't eat you. Okay, we're at the dark patches. All right. So, I guess we just feed the cat food and just let everybody in and just say fuck it. I mean, I remember this radio call. They just mentioned some codes. Wait, code 51. Were these the same codes last time? Oh yeah, I think they were. Ah, yes. I don't think they're gonna... Okay, no testing. Just fucking drink a beer and go to bed. How do you know so much about me? What a silly thing to say. I'm not the one who knows. I'm simply a vessel. The stars speak through me. The moon and Venus are in conjunction in the 6th house. It's written all over your face. You need not say a thing. I knew someone just like you once. He always listened but never spoke. You know what they say, if Jupiter's in the 8th house, it's better to stay quiet. It's a sign of closed doors. Ah, yes, of course. I'm listening, human. Speak. Are you a member of some faith? Yes, human, but my faith is nothing like the lowly religions you know. I worship the Holy Sun itself, for she protects and loves us. But the imbeciles and sheeple only see it as a threat. They think it'll incinerate us all. Bullshit. Its righteous anger is directed solely at the seeds of evil and heretics, for they are the true sinners. May those who dissent never find themselves beneath its scorching rays of salvation. They seek out the flames and are surprised when they find themselves burned. Seeds of evil? You still don't know. You haven't come face to face with the aliens? Very well, beamless human. I'll open your eyes to the truth. The visitors are the seeds of evil. They are the descendants of aliens who landed on Earth when the sun was younger and the grass greener. Damned vassals who made their homes on Earth and inbred for centuries. Now they've climbed out from the depths and wish to claim our lands as their own, but the sun has decided to protect us, for this is our holy land. The sun shows no mercy on the blasphemers. Why would they have hid underground all this time otherwise? Damn it, why did you get so drunk that night? You didn't need to drink yourself into oblivion. The righteous wrath of the holy sun. Oh, holy sun, forgive him his sins, for he knows not what he hath done. Take him into your loving embrace, and perhaps also the soul of the ficus, which shall remain forever unwatered. Amen. Alright. I'm going to bed. Why, hello there, dear boy. Who are you? Oh, I'm just Santa Claus. Oh ho ho, I'm just an old coot who knows a thing or two about mushrooms. Never mind me right now. The mycelium told me something very troubling. Oh yes. The Mushroom Festival is upon us, and time, my dear boy, is slipping through our fingers. So please listen carefully and heed my words well. Mycelium? Yes, yes, I know it's hard for ordinary folks to understand. They speak in their own strange way. Mycelium is how mushrooms talk to one another. I learned to hear them by studying the Book of Smiles, but what they told me last, well, let's say it's not good. They spoke of the Mushroom Festival drawing near, and that, my dear boy, is no good at all. No, no, no. The Mushroom Festival? Oh, my dear boy, we must consult the Book of Smiles for that. A great mushroom up shall rise, and scatter its spores far and wide. Shadow shall spread and swallow the sun, and not a single place will be spared the fun. This mushroom shall not rise alone, for it's a festival, it is known. Golly, we can't allow that to happen. We must stop it, together, my boy. I tore some pages from the Book of Smiles. Please, take them. They'll tell you what to do. Alright. There's a good lad. Give them a read when you have a quiet moment, won't you? Now then, I must be off. Be back once you've got everything sorted, so get a wiggle on. I bid you good day, good health, great joy, and plenty of smiles, my dear boy. Toodaloo! Interesting. It was just him. Now test everyone. No, it has to be 2 days, right? Unless I assume it's a... Okay, wait, where's these pages? Oh, it's right here. Today the world was built anew, and in the basement mushroom grew. It towered high, and time is nigh to eat it whole, if one would try. The welcome guest is not for strong. The mushroom stands tall and long. Under tree of apple can you rest, she'll feed you with her sweet fruits best. The day will come when one must kneel before the mushroom's mighty peel, while on the clock the hand shall climb. Make haste, my friend, there is no time. In the basement, the mushroom grew. Okay. The welcome guests is not for strong. If you go in the basement, you... Alright, let's go down here and see what the hell's going on. Oh. There's a mushroom. There's a mushroom! But the question is, do we take it? Or do we let it grow? Didn't it say to eat it? Hold on, let me reread it. Eat it whole if one would try. Time is nigh to eat it whole if one would try. Okay, yeah, I think we are supposed to. I'll put it in the fridge even though I kind of want to eat it right now. I don't know if I should have eaten it. Well. I don't know, like, I thought I was supposed to eat it, but then he put it in the fridge, so now I'm thinking, like, maybe I shouldn't have. What happened to that man? Wait, what man? I told him it doesn't matter what you do, only the color of your aura while you're doing it, but he doubted me, and so life passed him by. One day I closed my eyes and envisioned the fulfillment of my dreams. I poured all my cosmic energy into that image. If you don't open your heart to energy of the universe, why bother living in your body at all? Do the same. Close your eyes. Imagine your wildest dreams have all come true. Focus on the vision. Do you know why you suffer? You still fail to grasp that suffering is the purest form of joy. So tell me, are you ready to take the next step? Some fine guidance from the other side can help. There are people, experts, who know how to cleanse the darkness. If you like, I can help you connect. I can sense you might have a need of them. Reach them here, 565-606. Structure of an apple, the over apple, the lands of mushrooms and paper. Beard of mush. Though it so enchants their meat, only tears and partings doom. Check her breathing. Why won't you responding, I wish to die? They hung up, this was not quite what you expected. What the fuck was that? Okay, so, all right, I'm gonna give the cat food and just tank another night, because I don't know. It says testing portends. It says 2 days. I don't know if the day that he arrived counts or not, but. Yeah, the mushroom guy didn't re-arrive. Under tree of apple can you rest? I mean, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I feel like the psychic lady is connected to the mushroom guy and also the phone. I don't know. I'm gonna go get some water, chat. I will be right back. Oh, I'm muted. Oh, hello. How's your new life treating you, baby? Managed to adapt yet? How silly of me to ask. You do live here after all. You look unusual. Do you notice? Thanks. Do you like it, baby? People keep remarking on my looks lately, even more than they used to. You're not much of a talker, are you? Tell me about yourself. Never been good with people, that's not changing now. I get it. Not many people know how to listen without jumping in with a, well, I had it worse. Connecting with other people is hard. You're not the only one who struggles with that. I could help you if you want, baby. You could practice on me. Maybe we could try connecting together. Yeah, come on in. Let's escape from all the horrors of this world together, just you and me. Sure, we can distract ourselves with something better than paranoia and endless self-pity. Alright. Oh, it's this guy. You know, just everybody come on in. Oh yeah, he gives us a paper slip too. All right. Surely she's not gonna like kill me in bed. Yes, baby, is there something on your mind? How do you like it here? It's cozy, more than I expected, all things considered. Thanks for letting me in. Thought I might end up on the streets before dawn. You, how do you feel? Anxious. I get it. These days, making any long-term plans just feels pointless. You know, you never know what you'll get first. The sun, the lunatics, or those visitors. But humanity's already survived plenty of catastrophes. I think we'll leave something of a legacy behind when we're gone. Someone will find traces of us. It'll be okay, baby. Okay. We have so many people in this house right now, dude. Oh, dearie me, I'm getting old. Where are you from? City born I am, dearie. Had me a little hut in a high-rise. No wee cottage in the country. No crummy old husband or grandbabies to speak of. So I'd sit myself down on a bench most days. Could feel a bit of life there, you see. And oh, the things I'd hear. But when all this hogwash started, well, I didn't like it anymore. How can you feel life when everybody around is dropping like bloomin' flies? Step into the stairwell and there's always some poor soul lying there covered with white cloth. Heavens, it's enough to make you wish yourself gone rather than keep watching such sorrow. So off I popped, toddled off looking for a place where there's still stories to hear, life to feel. Looky here, fate's led me straight to your door, dearie. Now I'm no churchgoer, but in times like these, well, feels like heaven itself guided my steps. Is there anything downstairs now? What's this next step? It's choosing yourself. Do you smell that? It's the putrid stench of your long-dead dreams. It's time to revive them. When I was at my lowest, without light or meaning, my mentor told me one thing: you're not listening to your ocean. I laughed it off at first, then I closed my eyes and heard it, like it had always been there. You could hear it too. But first, a question finds itself in need of an answer. Are you ready to become one with yourself? Saw the apple? What do you mean you saw the apple? No fucking way there's an apple down there. You're trolling. Oh. Ate the apple sweet and sour at the same time. Okay. The day will come when one must kneel before the mushroom's mighty peel. I can't remember what the cigarettes do. The cat food seems like... I don't know, man. I don't know what... I don't know. Saying it again, but I don't know, though. You're right, all seeds of evil human. The Holy Sun decided to punish them all for the sins of 1,000 years, and the visitors, those shadow-mad blasphemers, began to reach out for the sun. The sun is not for them, no, not for the claws of filthy subterranean dwellers, but for us, for humans. It belongs to us. The blessing unto mankind and praise fucking be. How many more people need to be burned up to satisfy the sun? Many. Believe you me, friend, this is far from over. It has only just begun. The weight of our ashes on the scale of sin has yet to tilt the balance against the forces of the universe. More must burn in the righteous flames of the sun. But know this, my friend, the martyr shall not die in vain. Someday we will all understand the sun's true plan. Damn it, sometimes in the night I feel like my wife's leaving me all over again. She was such a saintly woman. Also a total bitch. Once shook hands with the shining sun leader himself. It was I who taught him how to stare straight into the sun. But I'll give you that holy tale later, human. Brace our eyes with my immortalization. I think he's fine, right? I don't know, dude. We definitely have a visitor in the house. I feel like it's just... I feel like the net photos never confirm anything. Yeah. Well, let's go to bed. I think she's fucking dead, chat. The fuck? Okay, well... Like the fireman and the old lady. Chat, Jesus Christ. Some of you deserve to be timed out. How so? Oh, it's this guy. Okay. One of them dies, your house will be reduced to nothing. I already talked to this guy before, chat. Oh, it's this guy again. Okay, the last time we told him about the half-naked visitor, FEMA's been taking people no clue if they're coming back. They know what they're doing, they've got their ways of spotting visitor signs. Why would you bring them up? Suspicious. I've got someone I need to check on. I'll be back later. You piqued my interest. Oh? Thank you for the coffee. Are you lost? Hear the floorboards creaking from outside. That means someone's waiting. Need help finding your home? Wrong smell, wrong voice. Sorry, this house is wrong. I don't know what's going on with that NPC. We talked to him before, but dude, what the fuck happened to her? Bleeding gums. I guess that was just her sleeping? Bro, she looked like she was fucking dead. Saw something strange last night. You did? What was it? Your belly? It was bigger. Oh god, wait, what is happening? You mean like I was pregnant or something? Haha, it's okay, baby. I'm glad you felt like being upfront with me. Maybe you're just under a lot of pressure. You're responsible for a lot of other people right now. I get it, baby. When every sunrise could be your last, it's hard enough to be responsible for yourself, let alone others. You don't even know if you'll live to see tomorrow. Yeah. Scares me. No, that's not it. Fair enough. Either way, I worry about you. Check in with yourself from time to time, okay? I want you to feel safe. We live under the same roof after all. If you end up with the screw loose, then we're all screwed right along with it. No pun intended. Kind of funny though, wasn't it, baby? Okay. One must kneel before the mushroom's mighty peel while on the clock. The hand shall climb. Wait, did I miss some? I don't know if I missed something last night when she was all fucking weird, or maybe it's just like a sign of what's to come. Like is the fucking mushroom growing inside her? What the fuck is going on, man? Who was your mentor? A great woman. She was like a lighthouse in a storm, a beacon that taught me to see the essence of all things. I'll never forget her words. People only die because they do not learn to breathe their inner light. She opened my eyes. Suddenly I saw that I could guide people along their own unique paths, but well, she was afraid to go further. She could never see herself at the center of things, and yet that is where it is most important to be. You're not the center of your own universe. Who is? You understand, don't you? Ears are kind of gross. Process sunlight pouring out from my head. My brain absorbs the solar energy and gives me strength I need to fight the evil underground filth. Okay. What about your... Okay. I feel like this lady is fine. My ears hear everything, even your thoughts. I don't know. I honestly feel like they're both fine, but fuck if I know. Something bad is happening with this girl, man. Well, the thing is, somebody would have died last night when I slept, but nobody died. We had 3 people. There you are again, my boy. I'm glad to see you did everything the Book of Smiles asked of you. I sure hope it was enough to stop the festival. How can you tell? Why, the mycelium told me. It knows oh so many things, but now it too is in danger, just like the rest of us. The mushrooms have been growing too fast. How exactly do our actions stop the festival? We performed an old ritual, my dear boy. Can't speak to the mushrooms directly. No, no, no. We are not part of the mycelium. But the Book of Smiles showed us a way to calm their roots and restless growth. And well, that's just what we did. I'll be back when the time is right. We'll make sure the mushrooms stay small and stop the festival from ever beginning. Just remember, the mushrooms aren't always what they seem. Isn't goodbye, dear boy. Oh, okay, well that's cryptic. Oh, it's fucking Big Mama. This lady's fucking crazy, but maybe she... I don't know, she was a visitor last time, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's always a visitor, eh? Feel that? Change is haunting you, so am I, and now one of your ilk is deathless. All because of a word, one single word, but what a word it is. You know who I mean, yes? Strange things can happen around you. I don't care. Detached, are we? Don't even care anymore? Let's fix that. There are at least 2 of us inside your house. You'll open the door for me. Can you come back later? Shame, I'll leave for now. But before I go, let's try out that gamble. You alone? No. Well, well, even we are a rare sight now, let alone your kind, locked in their walls. Change isn't the worst thing coming for you. You don't think I lead the pack, do you? There are far greater things out there. I simply follow orders. Well then, until we meet again. You're there, yes? The feeling is worse now, strange. Is it all because of all this destruction? You need some help? I've already got all the help I need, I feel weaker. My sight can't reach as far as it did before. It's probably not you or her. It's happened once before at the very beginning. Everything will be fine. Newly grown stalks will break through the ash and reach for the sky. I don't understand what you're saying. Goodness, I do not wish to scare you, simply thinking aloud. Before I came to you, everything felt so clear. Now it's like fog. You have a basement, yes? Something's there, beneath the soil, though I can't quite see what. Why do I need it? Goodness, I can't think clearly, though in the soil I see one more thing. Don't jump. Not yet. I should rest. Don't jump. Damn, it's boiling out here. Boiling, tell you. You okay? Oh yeah, this is the kombucha guy. But I'm pretty sure he was a visitor last time. Somebody might die tonight, though. If I let him in. Exactly the same as yesterday? Yeah, why wouldn't I decline him to get a free kombucha? What, you think I should just let him in and just miss out on a free kombucha? Fuck it. Alright, yeah, let's just let everybody in. Fuck it, dude. Skin irritation. I know I saw you pregnant last night. Explain yourself. You're starting to frighten me. Are you really sure you saw something last night? Why didn't you wake me? The fear of death talking again, or is it the weight of caring for other people? Or maybe it's me, or is someone else haunting your thoughts? I'm sure I saw something. It hurts to see what is happening to you, but you shouldn't fear death or responsibility or closeness or anything else. It's all part of being alive, baby. Don't search for all the answers at once. A path is formed by laying one stone at a time. Do you understand? Might even help to consider that we don't totally disappear when our time comes. I used to believe in heaven and hell, but now I'm not so sure. Maybe it's something else entirely. What do you think? Fuck. Oh no! Oh fuck, one of the cultists died. Well, it's fine. I'm pretty sure that's a different, it's probably a different ending anyways, right? Every mistake we make is but a code within our inner universe that is yet to be deciphered. I took a long winding path, looked around, glanced back. Just look at how this house has responded to my presence. Bright, spacious, and in harmony with my energy. There's no need for you to try and fight against your own home. It's already absorbed your fear, don't you see? Accept it or the walls will weep, yet the tears will be your own. I think FEMA's gonna come so we could give away one of the visitors. Oh, it uses energy when you dig. Now my nails are dirty. That just increases the meter. I wasn't sure if that refilled. I assumed it didn't, but... do some more digging. Run. Oh, come on, man. But I'm gonna drink the kombucha here. The save persists even after your current playthrough ends. Oh, okay. Is that different after you've beaten the game once? Well, the cigarette is like a full energy refill though. So like if your goal is just to dig, it's probably better to use the... Well, we might be able to get multiple endings then, because I feel like we have multiple endings going on right now, so we could probably use that save for that. Alright. I mean, the thing is, the cult ending's already fucked, and it's fucked on the save too, so... I don't know. Whatever, let's just go to bed. Jesus. It's not looking good for her. Seems like the festival is still coming after all. There's so much chaos within the mycelium that the ritual, well, it just darn didn't work. Why didn't it work? Something's gone cuckoo inside the mycelium. When too much malice builds up in its threads, it gosh darn clogs everything up it does. The mushrooms are like a liver, trying to purge the body of a poison, but lately there's been so much malice, the mushroom has grown beyond all bounds. Didn't want to have to do this, but I think we'll have to journey to the mushroom land. That doesn't sound too bad. Don't let the name fool you, dear boy. It may sound almost cheerful in our tongue, but in mushroom language it means something else entirely. It's not a land of sunshine and rainbows, no, no, no. We won't see the festival there, but the others, the mycelium. If we don't act now, it could all be lost. No human should ever step foot there, never, ever, ever. But we must if we wish to stop the festival. Are you ready to go with me to the mushroom land? Yes. Oh, that's the spirit, my boy. Gather your things and... Hold on. One gosh darn second. Let me see your watch. Midnight? Oh goodness me, we're late. Come along now, lickety-split, before the gate to mushroom land closes. Mushrooms are something else, you know. Oh ho. They can grow very fast when things go bad. They can grow up, up, up as fast as a beanstalk right before your very eyes. Makes you wonder what would become of them once the clock strikes midnight. And the bigger the mushrooms, the more clumps of malice gather in the mycelium. Why, the cap could cover the whole earth. Well, there's nothing left. And now, dear boy, the mycelium must find a way to unleash all that rage. Fiddlesticks, our ritual was supposed to calm it down. The apple seeds were meant to remind it of the bond between humans and mushrooms. But it seems the mycelium's gone cuckoo now, blinded by the fury trapped within its threads. Mushroom land is out there somewhere. Quickly, my dear boy, we have to stop the mycelium before the mushroom grows too large. Follow me, lickety-split. It's getting kind of creepy. Big mushroom? Fiddlesticks, looks like we're too late, my dear boy. Well, alrighty then. Say, you still got some of that kombucha? Okay. Well, good thing I had the kombucha. Alright, well now I'm wondering, is the pregnant lady even related to the mushrooms? Yeah, I didn't think so. I thought it was at first, but... All right. Wait, she's normal. Wait, oh no, is that a bug? She's not pregnant anymore. Oh, my dear boy, this is not good. I'm afraid I can't do this alone. I need your help. We're flying through twisted times, my boy, dancing as Mushroomland falls to its knees. Maybe we will too, maybe. I don't know what waits for us in Mushroomland, but what we can be certain of is in danger. So let me ask again, dear boy, will you come with me? No. Well then, I'm afraid all hope is lost. I bid you good day, good health, great joy, and plenty of smiles, my dear boy. Toodaloo. Goodbye, Mushroom Man. Okay. I forgot to give the big lady a slip, but that's okay. Yeah, they're still alive. Wait, they're all dead. Sorry, buddy. Well, let's definitely not show them our hands. I think our teeth are fine. We haven't been smoking. Or, well, actually, wait, smoking wouldn't be bad. I don't know, I think your teeth are always fine, right? Oh, shit. You're a madman, well, maybe this is an ending. You hear a madman behind the door spitting furious words with raw aggression. And only wait, hoping nothing will happen. Oh, you have to smoke to avoid this, I see. The haze of rage in the eyes of an armed man is more terrifying than any visitor. You hear his shallow wheezing. Bastard, he got me. How many more has he slaughtered? How many has he burned? How'd he drag it out since I didn't go down easy? But what about the others? He's gone quiet. You should probably check he's actually... Because of scum like you, so many are dead. I feel like you killed my friend. I feel like you will never let anybody live in peace. Think no one will fight back? These minds damned by insanity. I've lost everything but you still have something left to lose. I think he's dead, man. I'll drive you deep into the ground. I'll drown everything in your blood. Holy shit, our guy's gone crazy. Every bastard with a weapon in their hands dies today. Okay. Well, that was an ending. So, hey. That works. I guess I should have given the slip to the lady. We'll see who they take, I guess. No, he took the girl. He's bugged anyways. Maybe it's just this night that's bugged. It might just be bugged, though, completely. I already got the mushroom ending. What? God damn it, dude. Hands are the only thing that works? Bullshit. The eyes fucked because I've been drinking? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm fucking cooked. I don't think... Okay. Somebody died. No! I want to see if I can get the ending. God damn it, dude. Fuck. I think the ending might be bugged anyways, though. Man, god dang it. The thing is, I don't have any energy. I can't shoot anybody. But I can get rid of this guy, I think. See, now that guy left, and this guy's gonna get taken, and same with the lady. And I'm pretty sure that... Okay, I think we're good now. Just gotta give her the FEMA notice. But I don't know. I think the save file might have bugged it out anyways. Okay, surely nobody... If somebody dies, then that means that the psychic... Or Okay, we're fine now. Despair really has taken hold of you, hasn't it? Everything you believed in is falling apart and you're powerless to accept it. Is because you're so reluctant to go wherever it is we're headed. Or is that you don't belong in this world anymore, or any world for that matter? Quit twisting the subject. You're pregnant. Baby, how could that even be possible? Look, I don't even have a bump. Can I ask you something? If this child were real, and if, like you say, it's on the way, what would you do, baby? Would you look for it? It shouldn't exist. Sometimes instinct wants to preserve what's familiar, even if it no longer serves you. Maybe. Maybe it's time to open your eyes to something new. Or does the unknown scare you that much? It's coming, I know it is. Tell me what you find when the time comes. Okay, well... I think this guy is a visitor, though, because... I mean, he has to be a visitor, because... She's not. Yeah, wait, what? There's another apple? What the fuck is going on, man? Where the past of your home? I mean... Teach a young man the meaning of murder. Okay, well, he was a... But the thing is, like, maybe... okay, I don't know. Both of the people we have still in the house are fine, but... Yo, Lepa, thank you for the raid. What's up, buddy? That fucking emo, dude. No, let's get the cat food. And let's go dig more. Miner? Huh? Who's there? Thought I heard something. I think. What are you doing under my house? What? Speak up. My ears are full of dust and soot. I can't hear a damn thing. We're under your house? Let's hope it doesn't fall on our heads. Why are you down here? Me and the boys figured we'd dig some tunnels to hide from the heat. We'd barely even started to dig, and look, we found a whole underground network. There used to be even more of them. Some collapsed recently. These tunnels go deep, real deep. No clue where they end, but forget that because we found something else. What is it? Something interesting? There's a hole. Something's going on near it too. A real quiet hum, and it never stops. Animals go silent near it. Compasses go nuts. Flashlights can't cut through the dark. One of our guys went in. I stayed up here, just in case he needs a hand. Listen, if you're thinking about coming down here, steer clear of that hole. We tried digging near it, and it nearly brought this whole place down on our heads. Oh yeah, Lepa, how did you like that Eclipsium game? I saw you were playing that. I played the demo for it. Flushed? Oh, really? I thought the demo was cool. Oh wait, the mushroom's back. Dude, what is going on? I feel like the save in this, like, bugs shit out. I don't know if I should make another save. Fuck it, I guess. I already did the mushroom ending, though. What? Maybe we can't go yet. I don't know. Seems blocked off. Alright. Well, let's go to bed. Yeah, she's fucking bugged. Dude, the save system... the save system in this game is just fucking broken, man. Told me this would be our last little chat. Everything's coming to an end, either by our hands or your own. What do you mean? I'm just telling you what I was told, that's all. Do you feel it yet? Death creeping closer and closer. It's breathing down on your necks already. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just a visual bug, but either way, I would like to see the visuals, no? Curious what the fuck's going on. Does the unknown scare you? Do you often wonder why you're still alive? Seems like you're more concerned with what comes after the end. You die, what then? You're just gone forever? Will you feel anything? But I'm more curious about something else. Have you let any of us into your home? There are many people here. Why so tense, clinging to life like that? What's left that matters? You're all alone now. So, you alone? No, I'm not. What do you mean? You are ready. Do you feel fear? Yes. Still can't take matters in your own hands. That's why I'm here. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, bozo. Oh, it's the doctor guy. I remember this guy. Looking for the same thing as everyone else. Safety and perhaps, if I'm lucky, some conversation to keep the boredom at bay. I remember this guy when I played the demo. It being so quiet, I didn't think anyone lived here, so I thought to myself, I'll take a look. But the door was locked and I decided it would be polite to knock before breaking it down. Who are you? I'm a surgeon. I used to operate on the sick. Our ward was always short on funding, so I often ended up handing patients with conditions outside my specialism. Oh, maybe you can help with the pregnant lady. Now the hospitals are gone, so I just wander and help where I can. If you let me in, I could tell you what happened at the hospitals. Oh shit, someone actually lives here? My bad, thought the place was empty, I'll head out. Although, listen, mind if I crash here for a bit? Been a while since I was around, you know, people. Why are you alone? Who'd want to tag along with me, eh? People lump me in with the dregs of society, like I'm any worse than the rest of them. Thing is, I've seen what people are really capable of, and I ain't even close to being the worst of them. Never fit in with any group. Now I'm slumming it out here alone. You steal from people? What, you think I'm some kind of thug? Look, I ain't no saint, but there's lines I don't cross. I don't raise a hand against my fellow man. Well, there was one time I had no choice. It ain't a short story, though. I could tell you later. Anyway, if you're living here, any chance I could crash for the night? Sure. Howee! Time to lay my head down like an actual person for once. Come talk to me anytime. Oh man, I've got stories to tell. Got more than a few, in fact. Ain't none of them boring either, I promise. You ever dream? What? You know, dreams. You know what a dream is. When you sleep, do you see anything? You know what I've realized? People barely dream anymore. Why do you think that is? Why do you care? Dreams are delicate, strange things. Dreams are where we search for answers, find comfort, or simply seek a moment of calm. But now they're breaking down, losing shape. I think it's because they've lost that sacred space, that time to rest, to reflect. Yeah, come in, I guess. Someone else in this house dreams, that would be just as nice. Well, so somebody's probably gonna die tonight. Yeah. Yeah, see, I think something was supposed to happen, but I think it's just bugged. I think this quest with the lady is it's cooked. Damn, so that means you have to, if you want, well, I don't know if this is tied to an ending, but if it is, you need to get through an entire run without her dying. Because even if you make a save and she dies, and you reload, then it's bugged. Well, yeah, I mean, she could also get taken by FEMA. Well, not if you use the slips, I guess, but... That's kind of annoying. I haven't slept in well a long time, so why aren't my eyes red? They are red, bro. I'm just gonna kill him, fuck it. It's kind of funny how you've decided to kill someone because of something you were told. More scary than funny, I guess. Mad world, no dreams, me dying. Yeah, well, you're a visitor, so... Oh, and the fucking psychic lady's dead now. Bad Hall, yeah, that's all I need. How's the scavenging going? Hey man, I thought this place was dead. That's why I tried to sneak in. Didn't know people lived here. I don't steal from the living. Makes sense, right? Think about it. What's a dead guy gonna do with a coat? He's gone. Stuff's just lying there, and me, I'm still breathing. Might save my life or someone I care about. Tell me you wouldn't take something off a corpse to save someone you love. Maybe it's about time we stop treating every dead guy like a shrine. Just saying. When things started to go wrong, people rushed into the hospitals. Everyone was desperate to know if they were a visitor. We tried to explain that we didn't really know how to test for that. But nobody would listen. They kept pushing and shoving, making it impossible to treat those who were actually sick. In the end, FEMA showed up and, well, they decided the crowds were a threat to outbreak containment, so they took all the patients to the quarantine zones, and the hospitals, well, they just shut down. FEMA put you out of work? Tell you the truth, after the hospitals closed their doors, I went to triage at one of the quarantine zones. Why would you do that? I wanted to keep helping people, it's my calling, I couldn't just walk away from that. Maybe, no, forgive me, I'm not ready to talk about that just yet. Show me your eyes. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna go down. See if we could talk to the miner again. Back again, huh? You speaking quieter now, or is it just me going deaf from that hum? Well, spit it out. Are your friends not back yet? Huh? My boys? Nah, they're fine. One went in deep, but he'll be back. Knows how to sniff out an exit, that one. The other's on the rope. He'll give it a tug when he's ready, or if something goes south. See, the rope's taut. Means he's still down there working. We'd know if something was wrong. Have you looked into the hole yourself? Looked? Sorta. Not really, I guess. Would love to, but look. One wrong pull on that rope and it's game over. Got close, back when the boys were still here, but down there it's like staring into the abyss. True nothingness. Man, sometimes when you stand near it, it feels like something's calling you. Try it. Just listen. Not that I'm scared, but it pulls at you. If only I could take one more look, just a little closer. We gotta stick together, okay? Someone's gotta be ready to haul the other back up. Well, we'll see if we can go this way. Maybe we can't. I don't know. Oh, it's open. The fuck? What's that? Death. Only those frozen hands could love me. Could you ever manage that? Congratulations, you emerge into an odd space. A hallway stretches out before you with the desk at the end. Where am I? These sorrowful lands, everything is geared for winter. Thick walls, thick coats, thick dreams. How lovely that this long night is coming to an end. Daylight is near. Shall I keep hold of your shadow and see you want me to? You have no reason to fear. There's nothing left to be afraid of. The road twisted into a slippery knot, then broke apart. What now? A long eternity awaits. How wonderful it is that all suffering has come to an end. You will learn what you sought to know, but you won't find the answer you seek. I'm scared. What do I do now? Is there nothing else? Of course. This tiny kingdom has swallowed so much sleep. Where do you want to go? To those whose eyes carved marks into your heart? No, you don't want to see them. You're tired. I know where you need to go. To where motif mirrors are plentifully set to lend a sense of abundance. That's what you wanted, isn't it? Oh. It's my farm. Where you are meant to be, yet these short roads will soon stretch strangely wide, long, dusty, and strewn with compromises. Enjoy. What a beautiful house. Try the other way. But I'm so slow. Well, time to go back. My not speedrunning Silksong. I'm taking a break. I don't know. I do want to run more Silksong. But there's some new games coming out that I want to play. We'll see. Will I be stuck here forever? Anyone coming? I'm scared. Loneliness and isolation. Day and night mean nothing here. I don't know how long I've been here. Now I feel calm, so very calm. So very still. There's nothing more to hinder you here. I hear no footsteps, no voices, I feel nothing. I don't remember how I got here. I don't know how to leave. Didn't check behind house. But I don't really want to. There's actually something behind the house, I'll go back, but I doubt there is. I just hope this lasts a little longer. I wonder what it all meant. Why was I allowed in? Will someone come for me? I wish I could meet them again. That can wait. I'm tired, I'll just rest a while. Well, I guess when you jump down the hole, you just die. Does the bald guy tell you when it's okay to jump? I'm not sure. Probably not. I don't know, I mean, we have half of the endings right now. Alright, well, I'm not really sure what, I mean, there's other endings that we don't have. I'm just not sure what they are. I mean, I think One of the endings is probably tied to the lady in the bed. Another ending is probably tied to the cult. But apart from those two, I'm not so sure. I don't know what the other three would be. Well, I guess one of the endings is surviving but having no visitors. We could maybe continue and see if we could get that real quick. Alright, I'm gonna kick that guy out. I can't remember. I don't remember how many people I have, though. Well, who the fuck are these ladies? Hello, oh here. Lean on me for a bit. Do you maybe have room for us? Is your friend sick? She's my sister. She's depressed. Can't walk or bathe on her own. Sometimes even getting out of bed is a challenge for her, but it's okay. She'll get better someday, right, sister? She's not really in the mood to talk right now, but she finds the strength to speak up sometimes. What are you gonna do next? I have to find somewhere my sister can feel a little more comfortable, then we'll create a new life for ourselves. They say our lives are over, but I disagree. If anything, things should get easier from here on out. Yeah, sure, they're fine. I think our parents' deaths worsened her condition, but she's been like this for a long time now. Maybe she'll be able to snap out of it a little while we're here. A little while we're here. Good day, homeowner. Are you renting out rooms here? I don't want your stuff. Either I pay or I'm not setting. Oh yeah, wait, you know what? Last time wait, did I let this guy in? Actually, no, I did let him in. I think. Oh, well, whatever. Let's see. I will pay rent. Oh, dang. I guess we're fine. Well, the girl is just bugged out, but I'm pretty sure she's human, so I guess she gets to live. I just need to gather my strength. If only someone would lend me some. How's your sister doing? I have to help her with a lot of things. I was able to give her a bath yesterday. I couldn't even get her in the tub at home. Nothing has changed for her yet, but thanks for asking. Depression can make things really complicated. I'm afraid that if something happens and we need to run, she won't even find it in herself to stand up. Or that she won't be able to eat anything because she can't find the energy to chew or swallow. I'm tired too. I think I'll rest a bit. Yeah, I know what the cat food does. The thing is, though, I don't really want to use the cat food because I want to make it to the end of the game without having any of the visitors. This is the end. How are you holding up? I feel like there's a blanket of chains draped over my entire body. It's also very, very heavy and it's weighing me down. I want to take it off. What a world. What now? Isn't it obvious we've yet to finalize an appropriate rental agreement? And how do I do that exactly? Do you mean to tell me you don't even have the requisite paperwork on hand? Then I suggest you find a notary and procure them. Honestly. Are you kidding? Where am I supposed to find a notary now? Why don't you go? Why exactly should I be the one running errands? And you should be using sir when addressing me. I'm a respectable citizen, not some errand boy. Just fuck off already. Actually, Article 21 of the Constitution guarantees my rights to basic human dignity, so mind your tone. And I strongly suggest you start showing me some respect before things get unpleasant. Well, okay, so like the thing is, we only have one. If we have a visitor, we only have one. It's possible that everybody is actually human here. But, I mean, let's do some testing. We know... Alright, let's show me your eyes. I mean, they're yellow, so that's fine, I guess. Show me your hands. Hands are clean. Smattering of untrimmed nails cannot fully prove anything now, can it? I feel like he's fine. Where's Arden so empty? Okay, hold on. Just because she has red eyes doesn't mean... dude, I feel like the photo never fucking actually works. Like, I don't think there's ever been a time I took a photo and it was like, oh yeah, they're a visitor. No, it's like, it never works. Is it just a scam? Well... I'm gonna take another kombucha. Good thing. Okay. Didn't want to sniff my pits. Hey kid, how are things holding up around your neck of the woods? I ain't from around here, never been one to stay in one spot too long, but I can't roam around like I used to no more. Age will do that to you, son. Why are you traveling? You seen what these visitors are doing? House after house, someone dead, someone's torn apart. They pretend to be one of us, then slip inside our homes and all hell breaks loose. Varmint need to be wiped out, every last one. You want to hunt the visit? Where's your weapon then? I had a rifle, it's damn near got me killed. They waited till I passed out, snatched it while I was sleeping. I had hightailed it out of there, and you bet your ass they fired. Varmint idea of fun. Nothing human about them except the skin they wear, kid. I'll leave no varmint sand, just you watch, kid. I don't trust that guy. Oh, it's this guy. He's back. I've forgotten your face. My vision's fading. I barely see anything now. Has she left me? You look bad, man. She kept me going all this time, and now she's just gonna take it all back? What was the point? Who are you talking about? I don't even remember anymore. One word repeats in my mind. Jump, jump, jump. I don't know if it's a message meant for me or you. I'm lost. Divine my fortune again, would you? Perhaps it'll help. Middle... towards the end. We've been on a train to nowhere for the longest time, but the road roars on beneath its wheels. I get it now. Goodness, I just remembered something. Thank you. I'll be going now. Goodbye. Well, okay, so this is the guy who told me to, like, dig in my... Oh, who the fuck is this guy? The previous guy, he was the guy who told me to dug in my basement, and now he's telling me to jump, so I assume he's just talking about the ending with the hole. Probably. Hey, buddy, got room in there for a stand-up guy like me? What happened to you? Nothing too crazy. I got kicked out by my mother-in-law because I threw a FEMA guy out of the house. Now she's scared they'll come knocking. Gotcha, didn't I? I'm messing with you, buddy. I don't have a mother-in-law. I ain't even married. Which means I'm free to hit up the bar if you ever feel like grabbing a drink. Are you some kind of comedian? I'm not that kind of stand-up guy, but hey, what's wrong with being a little funny while the world's falling apart? Laughing will keep you sane, buddy. Even if everything else is going to hell, without him I'd be long gone. Sorry if my jokes rub you the wrong way. I'm just trying to keep it together, you know? So, you gonna let me in, buddy? Sure. Thanks a ton. I'd be all alone otherwise. Well, if somebody dies tonight, then we know it's him. I think. Unless did we let 2 people in tonight? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Hey, buddy, what's on your mind? How's it going? Feeling fine? Just fine, buddy. I took a peek inside your fridge, by the way. Man, if I knew you had that much beer. How'd you score it anyway? Your uncle working at a brewery or something? Ah, whatever. You can keep your secrets. What a mess, huh? In a different world, we could be drinking cold ones and watching the big game. You'd even meet... You okay? What? Oh, forget it. It's fine. Alright, that was sus, bro. I need to test you. Let's see the photo. Maybe it'll work this time. Dude, the photo is a scam. I mean, I don't know. There's like a dark spot down there. Maybe... I haven't had a lot of photos taken, truth be told. Just never got around to it. Fuck it, I'm just killing him. What a world. Can't you just let this go? Absolutely not. You're legally required to finalize the rental agreement, but I've got nothing to finalize it with. Unfortunate. I fear this might constitute a violation of Article 131. Really starting to piss me off. There it is, right on time, the insults. That incidentally falls under Administrative Code 5.61. Keep going by all means, it'll come back around to bite you. Okay, well, we know that the... he has to be... No, he has to be. Unless the sister was a visitor and... Alright, I'm killing him. Show me your teeth real quick. Yeah, you're fucking dead, bro. You're fucking dead! It's a criminal offense. No, stop! It's against the law! Wait, he's a human. Wait, what? I am the law. Oh, fuck. Wait. That means the sister? Damn. Well, I mean, hey, we still got one person left. I just hope that she's... Is FEMA coming again? Well, actually, no, we have 2. We're fine. Oh, I need to sleep. Actually, let's check her just for the hell of it. Show me your teeth. Pretty good. What if the girls have been a visitor this whole time, though? I mean, she might be. Fuck if I know. I don't know, actually. But we have a save file, so it's okay. Oh, is this the night where nobody comes? Yeah, she got killed, that's true. I think only the humans get killed, right? So I guess she has to be. Should board them up, things are only gonna get worse from here, but I have to try. Okay, well. I think we're good, chat. You make your way down into the cellar with the other survivors. Cooler down here, but the air still feels heavy with unease. You ration carefully, your food store should last for a month or two. Well, it should be a different ending though, because I don't think there's any visitors this time. You seal the door, no one will be able to get in now. You keep track of the days by marking the cellar wall. Waiting for the end drags on for nearly 2 months. Some hope the sun will finally burn the ground to ash or fade into darkness. Others seek the end on their own terms. Dragging out the inevitable is more painful than a swift end. No one envies the living. One day you catch an announcement on the radio. Solar activity is fading. Scientists predict that in a couple of days, it will be safe to go outside during daylight hours in a few days' time. You feel disappointment? You realize you'll live through this year after all. But then what? Will next summer be the last? The thought of waiting for the end is a suffocating burden. But at least one of the others seems happy. Play a different game, you know, fuck you. Who knows, maybe there's still a decade left ahead of you. Was there a new update? Well, this is the full release of the game. So we're trying to do all the different endings in the game. I think we have 6 out of 10 of them now. I think we're gonna be playing Night Rain with Lobos in like an hour or two, though. We're gonna do some Night Rain again for a few hours. Try to get some redemption matches for yesterday. Night slop, yes. Silksong isn't flushed, but I don't know, man. The thing is, if I want to keep running Silksong, like trying to get record, I don't have time. I don't have time to like grind for record and also play Silent Hill F and Baby Steps and Hades 2. I don't know, it kind of sucks, man. Like I wish Silksong came out at a different time, honestly. There's so many games this month. Yeah, I got a good PB for Silksong. I mean, I still would have liked to get a Deathless run, though. I mean, I still want to do more Silksong runs. I don't know, I'm just a broken record. I've said this like 100 times, as people keep asking, but... we'll see. Maybe after... I mean, my plan is just I want to play Silent Hill F. I want to play Baby Steps. Maybe Silent Hill F or Baby Steps could be a cool speedrun. If they suck, then maybe I'll go back to Silksong. I'm gonna be pretty far behind on the run, but you know, it is what it is. Silent Hill F and Baby Steps comes out in like 2 days. They come out on, I think Hades 2, Baby Steps, and Silent Hill F all come out on the same day, apparently. I mean, I don't even know which game I want to play when it comes out. Like, which... Gonna play 3 games on the same day? It's probably not. I don't know which one I should start with, you know? Baby Steps can't possibly have a lot of hours to it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But I guess Silent Hill F will be more like spoiler territory, yeah. Alright, well... I mean, we could try to get the rest of the endings until, like, we switch over to Night Rain with Lobos, but I'm not sure... I feel like we probably need to start another run now, because we don't have the cultist ending. I don't think the cultist stuff is too bad, at least if you make a save when they arrive. Yeah, the pregnant one is bugged with the save state, which is really annoying. The raincoat kit is an ending? Yeah, maybe. Alright, it's Tall Man is back. I think Tall Man's always good. I feel like somebody's gonna die tonight already. Oh shit, with the sun's increased activity, we can also expect stronger UV rays. For your safety, please abstain from sunbathing. As high temperatures could also significantly increase the risk of sunstroke, it's not known for certain at this stage whether being in the sun alone can negatively affect our health. But to prevent third-degree burns, please refrain from venturing outside. Unfortunately, sunscreen of all factors will no longer protect you. Damn, so I guess it's RNG when you can get the food delivery? Because I think you can also get it on the radio though, right? Well, nobody died. Okay, the one guy's in the bathtub, this girl's over here. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's a visitor. Can't fucking use the bed, bro. What's going on? Huh? Is it bugged? Can save and quit to desktop, I guess. It's weird. The grave guy. You should leave. Oh. Nice. Okay, this guy gives a FEMA notice. That's actually really good. Oh, it's the fucking Amogus guy. What happens if I tell him to leave? Okay. Honestly, I kind of want to reject most people just to see what they offer, because some of them will give you something. I shall make sure to manifest you a terribly explosive bout of diarrhea. Whoa, lady. Can I save the daughter from FEMA? I think so, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, somebody is dead. At least Tall Man's not dead. Oh, the sun guy died? Yeah. Alright, well, we got 2 visitors with us. Let's just kill them. Actually, wait, we can give her the FEMA notice and we'll kill the other one. Alright, that's fine. Hey Bergmont, thank you for the 35 months. Wait. No! Dude, I thought that... Does the position change? I swear, No, I'm Not Alone is on the right side. It actually changes, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's so fucking stupid. Wait a second, when I use this, did it use the kombucha? Oh no, I guess when you quit to desktop, it's just saves even without the kombucha. Interesting. Alright, we'll get his FEMA notice. Oh, it's the lumberjack guy. I don't know if I trust this guy, but whatever. Hey, Charlie. We still don't have the delivery. I think that's the delivery service. Fuck, he was a human this time! Oh my god. Dude, how are you even supposed to how are you even supposed to know if the gravedigger is fucking human or not? He's a gravedigger. Of course he has dirt under his nails and his teeth are fucked. So there's no way to know. He had dirt under his nails and there's no way his teeth were messed up too. I can't even check anything. I can't check anything else. Not yet, anyways. Okay, well. Show me your teeth. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead, buddy. Alright. Take the notice. This is fine. Hey, tall man is alive, and that's what matters. Fucking guy. Okay, it's this lady with her kid. You know what? No, you're just maybe they'll give me something. Oh no, they don't actually. Not this one. So the gravedigger gives you something, and the big fat guy who likes to sit in the bath because he's like super hot or whatever, sweaty. He gives you the kombuchas. Okay, let's do the beginning. The dead soon shall speak, but none will heed their words. Goodness me, how shockingly relevant. Though I suppose it's not much of a surprise to hear that now. What does it mean? I need to think it through carefully. Do you have any insights to offer? Cat must enter. Wait, what if I don't let the cat in, though? I guess you have to let the cat enter if you want to do that one ending, but what if there's... I wonder if is there any benefit to actually not letting the cat in? I mean, you miss out on the whole ending, but that's fine. Seven 41751. What can we order? Get the coffee, I guess. I don't know. Okay, well that girl has the FEMA notice. I think we only have... Yeah, I mean, we only have two people with us. The visitor and the tall man, so we might as well just drink a beer, I guess. The little girl gonna show up now? Okay, so I can't remember if at this point, I don't know if the little girl always shows up at the same time. I don't know, man. Confusing. Oh, here she is. Okay, and then it's the kitty lady. Can let her in, I guess. Alright, it's Weed Man. Well, alright, I'm gonna let him in. If somebody dies tonight, then that means the stoner is a frickin' visitor, which is not good, but... Nobody died, so I guess we're good. Kitty is here, what more do you need? Why are you here? What a dumb question. You open door, ask for yourself, what for? What am I for? It's all same to me, place is place. So said go here, so went here. I don't want any nothing, not you. What matters is you keep place comfy for Kitty. The rest, who care? Alright. I will keep place comfy for Kitty. Alright, well, I think we're good. Probably just drink a beer. There's nobody to test. We know, like, we know the tall man is safe, the cat lady is a visitor, and the stoner can't be a visitor because if he was, somebody would have died. They would have killed the little girl last night. I think. I'm pretty sure she's always a visitor, yeah. I think. See, but now FEMA's back. So I shouldn't have used the slip the first time. I should have used it after. Are they gonna take the little girl again? Do they always take the little girl if I don't use the slip? Yeah, it seems like they do. Yeah, so I think I screwed up. I don't know if keeping the little girl safe is important. I feel like there's something... I feel like it's important because your neighbor is like, I guess, one of the phones that you can call, and he asks you to like keep his daughter safe. Well, the thing is, chat, they appeared last night, and they took somebody, and then the little girl showed up, and then they show up again the day after. So that's the thing. I need to keep the FEMA notice for after the little girl shows up, because the girl shows up at night, and then I give the FEMA notice the next day to prevent her from getting taken, I think. Yeah, I only had one slip. There's no ending related to this? Oh, so it doesn't actually matter if I keep the little girl safe? Oh, it's this guy. Alright, well, we don't have to do that guy's ending. Oh, I remember this lady from, like, the demo or something. Can I come in and rest a minute? Where'd you come from? I don't remember, it doesn't really matter. I'm so very tired. If I don't get some rest, I might just pass out under your window there. Your friend's sick? He's my husband. He's dead. I can't give him a proper burial. There's no point in letting him go now. Alright, well, we'll let her in, and... somebody... oh, gee. Oi! Whole world's gone Pete Tong, eh? Ain't a society no more. The beasts have come out to play. Finally, no more holding back. What are you talking about? You been to any of these other houses? Walked the streets? All your rules and morals have gone up in smoke, sunshine. Don't mean diddly no more. It's simpler now. Terra bastards throw it out and it's winner winner chicken dinner. How many houses have you been through? I never stayed in any one of them too long. Seen the same everywhere I go. Fear blinds people to the bigger picture. You've still got proper order here. That's a rare thing, sunshine. I'm curious to see how you keep it. Got that cat lady stinking up the gaff, have ya? I can tell they're type a mile off. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Send them packing if you want to keep this place proper. Nah, it's fine. Okay. Wow, we're fine. Nobody died. Kitty is here. What more do you need? Are you even a human? And you? What is left in you? What does make me more worse? Wait, I have a FEMA notice. Wait, now I'm confused. Wait, when did I get a... what the fuck is going on? Didn't I... when did I get a second one? Oh, did they give you one when they take the girl? Oh, I see. Alright, it's just... okay, so it's the stoner and this guy in there. Could use some rest. Is there anything you need? For him to be alive, that's all. That's all I really need. Can I get you some water? I'll just sit here by the faucet. I can drink from it if I need to. I'll leave you be. Can I sit with you? I only want to be with him, and you can't bring him back to me. I can't even bury him. What am I supposed to do? What's up, dude? Was just chilling, you know, watching flicks, hanging with the homies. But now, no more movies, no more hangouts. Real bummer, dude. Alright. Well... at the cat. Oh, it's Mushroom Man. You can have him. I don't need your pages. Can I order some more stuff? Yeah, we already did the mushroom ending. Let's get some energy. Or actually... no, we'll get some cigarettes. Who sent you here? You did what needed. Why know about rest? Fine. Someone sent me, but didn't say what next. Okay. Does this lady have anything else to say? How did he die? I can't. It's just too much. I've run out of tears. I have no tears left to cry, but that's wrong. All wrong. I just can't stop crying. He needs to be buried. No. I'm not ready. They only just gave him back to me. And you expect us to part ways again already? Hey, you said you wanted to bury him. I can't. I won't send him down into the cold-hearted earth. Okay. How many beers do I have left? Kind of running low. Test her? She's not a visitor, chap. Because, okay, so the thing is, people only die if there's 2 visitors. That's like how it works. And we know that the cat lady is a visitor. So, and we know that the tall guy is not a visitor. So therefore, if anybody else was a visitor, the tall guy would die. It's the sisters. I wonder if one of them is always a visitor or if it's they can both be human sometimes. We all suffer from depression to some degree. We knew where things were headed even before all this trouble with the sun. I don't know. Last time neither of them were visitors? That's just wrong. One of them was a visitor. What if I tell them to leave? Maybe they'll give us something? Oh, hey, look at that. Coffee bribe. Okay, so these sisters give coffee. We already have coffee, though. Tall guy is gonna die if we bring them in. Well, okay, I'm gonna say no, but it's good to know. Oh god. The fuck? What's wrong with you? The man looks at you, eyebrows raised. He seems unable to answer. Did someone sew your mouth shut? He mumbles something while waving his arms. You can't be sure, but his cheeks seem wet with tears. Alright, we're gonna let him inside. That's kind of fucked up. Oh, it's the... Alright, you can come in, Mr. Fireman. Well, actually, you're gonna have to give me your slip first. Actually, I think it gives it to you either way. The thing is, like, what ending am I even going for? I guess when the cult members show up, we'll make a save. Wait, nobody died, right? What do you remember about him? We were over at our friend's place one day. We were much younger then. We were all hanging out drinking. He was usually pretty moody. He didn't talk much at get-togethers like that. Well, we'd been drinking a lot that day. One moment he was his usual self, then all of a sudden he said, "Give me a guitar, I'm gonna sing something." And he played oh so beautifully, I loved it. Our friend started requesting other songs for him to play. He just sat there for a moment and then he got up and said he had to go. He knocked over a glass, tried to catch it, dropped the guitar. I found out later that he's only learned that one single song to impress me. Still have a photo from us that night. Seen better days, just like us. Now you can't play for me anymore. You've sung me your last song. Do you cut the stitches off your mouth? I can't understand you, man. I mean, he's not... He's not a visitor. Somehow, everybody here right now is human, except for fucking cat lady. How long do you plan to stay here? Until they come for me. What else I to do, I don't know. They tell me thing. Now I wait until tell me more. And who tells you what to do? Who are you waiting for? Well, the cat lady is a visitor, but if any other of them, we know for a fact the cat lady is a visitor. So if there were any other visitors, somebody would have died. Okay, no more food. I kind of want to use the kombucha. Because we could always order another one. You insist Kitty is alive? Lucky Kitty. It makes large pain in hand and ass. Okay. Give her the FEMA notice? Yeah, we probably could do that. Okay. See, the thing is, I feel like it's impossible to not... It's like impossible for FEMA not to take humans. Because if you have two visitors in the house, somebody dies, so you need to only have one. Like, it's always going to be up to RNG. Oh, here's the cult. All right, I'll help. Don't think FEMA ever takes a visitor. They do, if you give them the slip. Oh, he didn't test me. Maybe he doesn't test you the first time. Oh, the doctor's here. I mean, I think the doctor's probably fine. We might have to reload, though. Because if this doctor kills one of the cult members, I'm cooked. Well. Shit. Oh, shit. Well, Tall Man, wait. Who fucking died? Stoner? Oh, well. Rest in peace. Okay, well, the doctor's a visitor. Why haven't you killed me? You are small dumb, you know that? Same thing every day. I tell you, they didn't say. I wait. Why you wait? Good question. My question you like. Why? Answer, always ignoring questions, just like him. I'm not waiting for anything. Whatever you say, me too, by the way. Oh, I say already, I'm waiting. Anyway, she will come, I know this. She will come, who? Okay, well, we have the 3 cult members, and then we have 3 people in here. Well, 2. I just want to use my energy. Oh yeah, I should check the delivery. Nope. Oh yeah, I should take a picture of the cat lady. To see if it even works. Honestly, I don't know if I want to let anybody else in. Maybe he's gonna give me something. Nope. I guess we still got the whole ending, because we didn't test anybody. Oh, fuck. It's kombucha guy, but I don't want, dude, I don't want the cultists to get killed. It's not, help me. I've been shot, not gonna last long. Who did this to you? Fucking FEMA pigs got me. I was climbing the fence, made a run for it. They're shit shots, those assholes. Every bullet missed except one. Went clean through, thank fuck for that, but shit, I'm bleeding like a stuck pig. At least my guts aren't spilling out, not that there'd be much left to spill. Hurts like a bitch to laugh. Tell me about the quarantine zones. Picture an empty parking lot fenced off with a couple tents scattered around. Then fill the empty space with big-ass shipping containers they shove people into every morning like cattle. That's your FEMA quarantine zone. And their security's a goddamn joke. Didn't even need a plan, I just waited for the right moment and climbed the fence. They're busy in there, you could tell they're preparing for something. Well, I guess the moment I chose wasn't totally right. One of those pigs turned and saw me, and then he started shooting. Dropped straight off the fence into the puddle and fucking legged it. I don't know. I never met this guy, so I think I'm gonna let him in and just hope. Can't listen, man. I've run into folks like that before. You got one right here in your place, that cultist. Sits quiet, minds their business, then they'll throw you under the fucking bus without blinking. I'm telling you, folks like that'll sell you out in a heartbeat. Oh, okay, well, you gotta go. Are you fucking serious right now? What? Scared FEMA's gonna come looking for me, pussy-ass bitch? Fine, hide behind your little door, see where that gets you. Have a nice fucking night, asshole. Listen, I'm doing the cultist ending, man. What's up, Josh? Thought you were a bot when I got that out of nowhere friend request. I did not friend request you on Discord. That is a scammer, my man. Situation in the city is gradually stabilizing, but some fugitives still remain at large. Meanwhile, corpse disposal operations have resumed, though new challenges have emerged. Wait, I don't know why I'm reading this. We've already read all this before. Alright. Well, nobody died. But we didn't let anybody in, so... I think the cultist leader is coming back tomorrow. Kitty is here. What more you need? Why haven't you killed me? Oh, I guess she doesn't say anything else. Alright, yeah, let's take the picture. Dude, this picture is fucking bullshit, bro. It doesn't actually work. Trick the players who think technology is a definitive answer, yeah. Well, you know, that's actually funny because like when I was thinking personally that the photo is probably the most reliable way and it's actually the worst way of She's always a visitor, I know. But people said there's like something happens if she like stays for long enough or something. But it seems like her dialogue is over, so I'm not sure. Oh, I had to pull the gun in the dialogue? Did I mess it up? Because otherwise I would just kill her, but if there's some, like, is there something else that happens with this lady? You finished her story? Yeah, but, well, I don't know. Somebody said there's like something fucked up that happens with that character. I mean, I've shot her before. We thirst for the red blood. Sure you aren't, visitor? You want clear path to death like us. You are huge stupid. Gross. What? You already missed chance. No second sniff. Not my fault. Well, only large idiot do that. Dancy make you cranky, cranky dancy. Perhaps you're a different tune, one we sing for the longest time, and you? I thought she was gonna, like, kill me or something. Well, shit, I think... I think FEMA's gonna show up, so let's keep the cultists safe. Why fireman? Because I want to keep tall man safe. Yeah, the fireman is human, but we need to... We can't give away the cultists. Let us not waste time. How fare my flock? They're still alive. Thank you for all you've done. I'm sure you are tired too of all the noise, these oppressive times, the confusion. Death spoke to me not long ago. She hopes to meet you when the time comes. We may offer you a place to hide from everything, even from the end itself. I'm not sure myself what that means yet, but it does sound tempting, yes? Wait, do I have to go dig the hole? Or is it something else? I went through a few houses. This place is crawling with visitors. Okay, wait. The ears, he doesn't believe. The photo, he does believe, though. I think the photo is safe, and so was the armpits, I think. The eye is safe, but not if you drink coffee, which I just did. I don't know, the armpits worked for me last time. They say... Oh, that was it, right? Yeah. So are the cultists gone now? No, they're still here. Oh yeah, I should have been talking to them. I talked to them before. I did all their first dialogue, but then I think they like all died. Shit. Oops. I mean, all we have left is Tall Man and the cultists. Oh, I could have used my hands as well on the previous check because I hadn't dug yet. It's this fucking guy. Death no longer speaks to me, so that's how the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper. Oh, but everything's just fine with you, isn't it? Your flock are fine. Yes, as all as it should be. Her gaze still rests upon us. I shan't linger. I'll be moving on now. What's the deal with this death of yours? The day of her arrival is nigh. I can feel it, yes. It's of no consequence if we don't fully understand what we're here to summon. What truly matters is this. We are all tired, yet the thought of eternal nothingness terrifies us. Concept of an afterlife is but a hollow dream promised by false religions, the cycle of rebirth little more than endless torment with short breaks between. But death herself, she might spare us from the most terrible fate of all, the void. We have no choice but to keep calling to her. This isn't a daycare. Were they truly bothering you so much, or perhaps peace is not what you yearn for after all? Take my leave with gratitude regardless. As a token of gratitude, I could offer you salvation. Join in our rite and find peace. Come, brother, hold our hand as we march toward death. Alright, I'm coming with you. I rejoice that you have joined us, brother. Truly, death did not choose you in vain. I guess I should have made a save file before this, but... Today, brothers, we find our salvation. First, we shall attend to our preparations. Then, we wait. Behold, the infernal luminescence dulls. The time of violence has passed, and we usher in a new age of tranquility. Time for worry is over, my flock will starve suffering of its feed. We give names to the dead so that we know their death was not in vain. They will be taken just like us. That is how we shrouded Olun. That is his name now. We too will receive names. This is it, the time has come. Brothers, let us call upon her. We are ready. Okay. Fear and corruption of her word kept us from her embrace. Not to pass into nothingness, but to return into death. We surrender our bodies unto death's embrace to find peace in what lies beyond. Long ago, this knowledge dwelled upon the earth, but the great extinction claimed more than lives alone. Now we walk the path in the ways of old. Shall cradle us all. None shall be forsaken. Even death herself shall ascend. You feel it, she is here. A voice echoes in the air, its owner unclear. You appeared from nowhere, drawing eyes upon yourself. We must act now. Some doors are best left closed. Some I will hide you. Shall return you to where you were always meant to be. Will grant you peace. Yo, it's that house. Just as humanity has always longed for. You were never meant to survive the madness of the cosmos. I will preserve your memory. What the heck is going on? Okay. Well, we joined the cult. When will I do a Souls marathon? Maybe like next weekend. Well, actually, no, no, there's gonna be too many new games. I don't know. I think the next marathon we're gonna do is like, I think we were talking about doing like a dagger only marathon. There's still like 3 more endings. Okay, chat, well, there's 3 more endings that I have not got. I don't really know what they are, though. FEMA ending is one. I'm not sure, do you have to call FEMA for that or something? And then I guess one is the pregnant lady. Did you try to reject everybody? I think if you do that, you just die. Like, I think that you need to have people in the house, otherwise the creepy guy kills you, right? The Silksong grind over. Unsure. There's new games coming out that I want to play, so we're gonna have to take a break from Silksong either way. I might go back to Silksong though and like learn one of the routes potentially. Well, I mean, I already know the any % route, but it could maybe be fun to run like a different category as well. Maybe we'll go back to Silksong after we play Silent Hill F and Baby Steps. There's also Hades 2. We almost got record, but no, we didn't get it. You're really close though. Okay, well, so one of them is the FEMA ending, one is the pregnant lady, and then what's the last one then? I wonder. Tunnel ending? Wait, what do you mean tunnel? I already dug the tunnel. I already did that. I'm not sure if I can even do the FEMA ending with the save file that I currently have. How many humans have we not seen? 5 of them? Because we're missing the first ending, the 5th, and the 7th. Alright, we got a speedrun chat. Come in. FEMA, what's that? A loud male voice burst through the line. Are you a total moron? Hang up the phone now. Oh. I got an achievement. Dang it. Let me sleep, dude. All Souls games, all achievements marathon. I don't know about that one, buddy. Alright, you know what? Come on in. Fuck it. Oh, it's Stoner Man. Somebody's gonna die tonight, but whatever, it's fine. Alright. Oh, tall guy's dead. Well, you know what? He survived last time, so... that's alright. Wait, so if I... We're now able to provide consultation services regarding official visitor screening procedures. What should I know about the teeth sign? Avoiding tobacco products, smoking may affect the condition of the teeth, leading to unreliable results. Okay, the nail sign. Refrain from washing your hands before examination. Water may remove surface residue. Thank you. Alright. Can I kill the human, get the kill the humans ending and also the FEMA ending in one? I don't know. I don't know. I need to give visitors to FEMA? I don't think this guy gives anything if I make him leave. Okay. Avoid coffee and caffeine-containing beverages. Lead to bloodshot or reddened eyes. Help us help you by ensuring accurate examinations. You do your part for the future of humanity. Nobody died. Is there no visitors? Oh, I think there's one visitor. I think it's the guy. I think that guy and the girl are fine, and this guy is the visitor. Although, I mean, it could be this girl. Right, she has the braces. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. His nails are dirty, but the other two signs are fine. It's fucking confusing, man, this game. Like, Oh, I did dial the wrong number. You're right. I don't know which option I should choose. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't feel like neither. I don't know which one is necessarily being compliant or if it matters that much, but... No, of course not. Split up into smaller groups. Shouldn't take much of your time. I don't know, man. I don't feel like either of them are fine. I don't know. Buy some if it would help you make you feel safer. What happens next? I'll take one person. Do I need to pack? Is this your house? Then no, stay with other residents. If you need to evacuate, we'll let you know. Alright. Seems fine. Wait, who'd I kick out? I don't even know. The little girl had a problem with somebody? I don't even... Should I let her in? Maybe not this time. I mean, the cat... I don't know. I don't know. We don't need the cat, though. I mean, somebody's gonna die tonight, but whatever, I guess. Also, see, he didn't... We don't even have a FEMA slip still. Okay, well, the girl's dead. Or wait, the guy's dead? I don't know. We kicked out either the girl or the guy. I guess we kicked out the girl. Whatever, man. Fuck it. Surprised her eyes aren't red from, like, crying. No, I don't have the murderer ending. But I'm not sure, can I do the murderer ending and the FEMA ending at the same time? Well, you can get 2 endings though if you make a save file before the end. Potentially. Fuck it, bro. I'm just gonna shoot him. Oh, wait. He was a visitor. What the fuck? Most of the time he's... Well, I guess it's... Yeah, I mean, it's random, so... Avoid contact with water. Okay. I'm just gonna keep calling them every day. Okay, well, FEMA's about to show up. We still haven't seen any new people this run either. When will you return the person you took? I don't know which one I should ask. And the thing is, both of the but like, I don't know which one is being compliant because neither of them I mean, it feels like the first one is. I don't know, man. Results were inconclusive. To study the sun's effects more thoroughly, we'll need to take someone else from your household. Fine. We allow them time to rest. Once the tests are done, we'll tell you what to do next. If you're unable to immediately transfer a suspected visitor to a quarantine zone, issue them a mandatory appearance slip. Hey, well, the girl's still safe now. Oh, this is somebody new. I see your humble abode is the farthest one out here, child. I believe it will suit me just fine. Suit you for what? Lord have mercy, I'm speaking plainly, am I not? For hiding away, my child, I wish to stay here. Since we're speaking on the matter, allow me to inquire as to your amenities. You do have holy icons, I assume. I also require complete silence for prayer and contemplation. This isn't a hotel. Thank heavens, I would have never figured that out had you not informed me. Simply trying to find out if your hovel is worthy of my humble self. I cannot abide filth. That's so much to ask, child? Come in. Who, pray to tell, is that, if I may ask? The godless cat lady. Whole life won't be enough to cleanse their sins. You ought not feel the devil keeping company like that. Banish them and you shall be blessed, child. Well... I mean... I don't know, do we have to use the slip on a visitor for the ending? Yeah, I mean, I want... well, I guess... I mean, we haven't talked to this guy before. Oh, fuck. We can give the ticket to another visitor. Hey, has a girl in a poncho with purple hair been by here? Nope. Oh, wait. This guy... Okay, so I think I understand. That girl that shows up later is this guy's daughter, right? And so if he's in the house, then I guess the girl... Then you could probably talk to her more. Smells like someone died tonight. Oh, great. Our Father who art in heaven, so how do you like the house? It's wretched, child. The walls are crooked and the layout makes no sense at all. Tell me, did you purposely assign me the most pitiful little room you ever had? The furniture is old and sagging, probably made a meal of by the moths that also have taken up residence. Couldn't even hang a cross and make it a proper room, could you? Why do you test me, Father? What about this? It's all but a mark of these bitter years. If only you knew the sins these eyes have witnessed, child. Okay, well, the cat lady was gone, so it couldn't have been her, and we have this guy. Oh, fuck, they killed the little girl. And we don't even have anybody in here, so we have 2 visitors with us right now. They're both fucking visitors. They have to be. We only have 3 people here, chat. I talked to I remember I talked about that to him before. Alright, we'll give him the notice. And I guess we can take take a photo. Yeah, the photos are... You believe photographs show us the truth? Lord be with me. The pigeons at my monastery have more sense than you. True, actually. Show me your armpits. The very thought forcing an old ailing woman to lift her arms and bare herself before the likes of you shall not come to pass. Such indecency. I see you shall grant me no peace. Well then, if it is will, let it be done. Oh God, dear Lord. Hey, Tool Anima, thank you for the 6 months. Alright, sorry, Mr. Mushroom Man, I'm not interested. Did you just let her go? Let who go? I don't think they left. I don't think they left, did they? Why do you leave? Why don't you leave if you hate it here so much? You think I chose to set foot in this forsaken place? Had the monastery survived, I'd have never left its holy walls. I don't care for this pile of rotten rubble. No. Were the choice afforded to me, I never would have trespassed here. This house reeks of murder and death. Lord knows you probably enjoy wallowing in it, justly smiting down anyone who you deem a demon. You might even be one yourself, horns and all, just waiting to sprout, but I shall endure these transgressions. The Heavenly Father watches over his flock. I was in the epicenter of the shitstorm when everything went down, in the area where these things started crawling out. You ever hear those stupid urban legends about demons on the outskirts of town? Never mind, nobody remembers stuff like that now. Turns out they weren't just rumors and FEMA knew about it all along. They claimed there wasn't anything supernatural going on. Now the sun's burning everyone to a crisp while monsters from underground are killing off the survivors. Basically, FEMA realized they screwed up big time and now they're scrambling to cover up their incompetence. I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay, well... we just have the 2 people, right? Am I... Yeah, we don't have anybody else here. Okay, let's just drink a beer. I mean, we already know they're visitors. They have to be. Why don't the visitors kill you? Because you're the fucking main character, I guess. Oh, I forgot to call FEMA, though. Hey, you on the other side of the door, I can hear your footsteps. Mind if I crash here for the night? Why are you so cheerful? Hey, I talked to this guy before. We'll let him in. Did you lock your bedroom and sleep next to a shotgun? Oh, it's this guy. Oh, we can get another FEMA slip. We might have, like, all visitors right now. It's possible. It's RNG, but... Well, nobody died, so... They're all visitors, right? No, I mean, we know that there already are visitors, so it has to be they're all visitors. Wait, who did I give the FEMA notice to? Oh yeah, I gave it to the other guy in the other room. Why didn't you stay in your monastery? First of all, the monastery is not mine, it is the house of the Lord Almighty. Secondly, it was all thanks to those foul blasphemers. They defiled his sacred ground, may the fires of heaven rain down upon their sins. They darkened our doorway, drove out my flock and myself along with them. Took what they coveted as if it were theirs by right, barbarians, defilers, the lot of them. Our lives were ordered and holy, we prayed as he demanded, we fasted as he commanded, and those beasts were probably drinking the holy water like it were cheap wine. Sacrilege, may they choke on it, amen. Yeah, I don't think there's like an FPS limit. I probably should have turned on like NVIDIA FPS limit or something, but... How'd you survive? Did you forget I'm immortal? I don't know. I still ask myself that all the time. Maybe luck, or maybe some higher powers looking out for me. God, or whatever you want to call it. Maybe I'm already dead, and I've been reincarnated into this form. I'm not sure. Good question. Shame I don't have a gun. I'd ask you the same. And too bad all you've got is beer. If I had a keg, I'd brew up us a damn good batch. Alright, yeah, let's call FEMA. Wait. Oh. What about their ears? Ears? Wait, let me consult with management, I'll get back to you. The ears. Okay. Well, I guess we have to call back the next day then. Dude, my like first, what is going on with the I don't know. Okay, I need to frickin' restart the game. This is scuffed, dude. Okay, it's fixed. What's going on in the city? Repercussions. Keep resisting and there will be even more outbreaks that need wiping out. The second one, I guess? Or maybe the first? I don't know. I feel like they're both fine, no? The first, you think? Okay. So what now? We need people, 2 to be precise. Fine. Okay, well, all of your cultists are dead, buddy. But, you know what? Sure. Come on in. Come on in, Doc. All right, what about the ears? No one died again? Yeah, it's just all fucking visitors. Haven't noticed. Cultists are also visitors? I guess so. I don't know. Why didn't they die then? Unless... Nah, dude, I don't know what's going on. Oh, why? Because I refused to grant them entry. I told them rightly, no unbaptized shall cross the threshold. Goodness did they rage. Oh yes, they pounded the doors, threatened to rip them clean off. When they finally burst in, they threw me out. They turned away those in need. Holy place offers no shelter to those who spurn the light of God. Whether they sought shade from the sun or refuge from those so-called visitors, it matters not. Even if fire were to pour from the heavens themselves, the Lord's house is no refuge for such abominations. The Lord shows mercy only to those who believe, and if they find themselves on the street, then it was his judgment to see them burn. You're despicable. So now you're the savior. Keep your foul home. I refuse to spend another second in this hovel. Goodbye, child. May the wrath of God be upon you. Okay, well. Yeah, I guess. Your contribution to emergency response efforts have been noted. We need people like you. Join us. Unexpected. Or why me? Why me? I don't know. I think at this point hopefully I can't mess this up. We understand your concerns, but there's no need to worry. You'll be paid well with full benefits, of course. Now get ready, you're coming with us. Alright, fuck it. Good. Take only what's essential. Housing will be provided. There's no point coming back here, not anytime soon at least. We're waiting for you. You feel disoriented. Is this how FEMA usually recruits people? This is a big organization. You'll probably have to deal with a lot of people. Hey, well, we're getting paid. We got a job. There's no telling when they'll let you go home. Sounds like you'll be working long shifts. How dangerous is this job anyway? Whisking people away and hiring them on the spot, it's so strange. Turnover really that bad? Why else recruit so aggressively? Not even clear what the work will be. Who's gonna feed the cat? Escorting people to quarantine zones? And then what? You don't know what's become of your home. Or what's happened to those who lived with you. You get the feeling you won't ever be going back to your old life. From the briefings, it becomes clear that the job wasn't designed with the long-term survival in mind. Your only regret is not bringing the poster with you. Get a new job. Beat the game without drinking kombucha. Nice. How many trophies do I have, actually? Man, there's a lot of achievements. Have a very strange dream. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Prevent visitors from killing anyone during the first week. Immediately return the FEMA notice to its original owner. Someone puked here. In denial. Hear all the radio messages, fill your belly. The void stares back. Nothing's better than coffee and a cigarette. Don't refuse anyone entry. Wait, where are the others? I'm the harbinger of a new faith. Bullet dodger. Wait, bullet dodger, is this? I feel like this is the cat lady thing. They teach this stuff in ballet school. Make a call to every number. Yeah, the Child of Doom. Sadly, we got the NPC for that ending and then it bugged out. There was an option to pull out the gun that wasn't highlighted red. I see. Wait, what is my last save file anyways? Is it still with the cat lady? Oh no, it was after the conversation was done though. Dang it. I wonder what phone number people haven't figured out. The photo of the cat lady and pull out the gun. I think that the unique thing, the like unique interaction is tied to the last dialogue option, which I can't do anymore. Time to dance. Have it your way. That's what she wants. Yeah, see, I don't know. Well, so what, we found one more NPC, or... Wait, why is this guy a question mark? Was this here before? Oh, never mind, I'm stupid. That's just the character. Never mind. Well, the thing is, it looks like the guy who barges into your house and kills you. It looked like this guy. But I guess you can click him, so. Well, there's still 4 NPCs we've never seen. I guess it's just completely random, though, if they show up. Also, the guy says that his daughter's in, like, a purple poncho, but this thing ain't fucking purple. He said purple hair. Wait a second. Wait, there's... Now I'm even more confused. It only says 4 down here, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh? There's a Giga secret NPC when you unlock all of them. Yeah. Well, I know Lobos, like, we were gonna do some Night Rain with Lobos in a little bit. I'm not sure if he's ready soon or not, though. You're not even following me. Get out of here, bozo. W's in the chat. W's, dude, W's. I'm gonna go get some water, chat. I'll be right back. All right, well, I'm gonna send Lobos a message. Yeah, I don't know how much Lobos is gonna keep playing Silksong, but we can try another run and see if we can get the other two endings in the meantime. I guess. Well, I'm gonna play Night Rain once Lobos is ready, but I don't know how much he's gonna keep playing, so I'll just keep... Might as well just keep going for now, right? I don't really know what else to do. Okay, so the endings that we don't have is what? The murder ending and then the baby ending? We could say yes to everybody, yeah. You know what? I'm curious. If there's nobody in the house and you tell the guy that you're not alone, does he still kill you? Like he still knows? Just fucking blast everybody. She had like 60 teeth, yeah. Come on in. This guy gives like coffee. Oh, cat food. Nice. Oops. I meant to kill you, my bad. He was innocent, that's exactly what we want. Come on in. Hello, Kokuya. Tall man's dead. Wait, how many people do we have in the house? We have that guy, that guy. Just the two? Oh, he was a visitor. Have a beer. I hope creepy guy doesn't show up, because otherwise I'm cooked. Oh yeah, come on in. Wait. Wait, how many people do we have here? 2? Right? I didn't fucking miss anybody. There's... Girl kicks out the girl. Oh yeah, right. Alright, well... I'm sorry, I gotta do it for the ending. I'm sorry. It's for the ending, chat. Oh no. Wait, am I dead? I'm not alone. You ended up all by your lonesome. Didn't work out with anyone. Shame. I'll just slip in real quick then. No! No! I should have left the I should have left the little girl alone. God damn it. Yeah, that was some insta karma, wasn't it? Dude, I don't know. How many humans do I have to kill for the murderer ending? Well, shit. Should have made a save file. Can I just kill 3 guys on my save file I already have? Maybe. I mean, I could try. Hold on. Do I have... Because, well, okay, so... That works. Come on in. Yeah, we can kill the cultists. Alright, we need to keep some people alive, though. Something strange is happening here. When I look at your house, a certain passage comes to mind. When you face something so dark that you don't want anything anymore, the cold earth watches you. Did you do something? I killed visitors. How else am I supposed to survive? No, something's definitely wrong. Wait, I see it now. You were too scared. Oh, goodness. Your fear has blinded you. I don't think I can fix what comes next. I'm so sorry. Oh, hey, there we go. Dying is terrifying. I know that well. Dread alone can drive you mad. Pushes you towards terrible choices. And see the plans they had laid out for you. But seeing what lay ahead only made things worse. What was it that scared you so? Pain? Fading away? You can't stop it. Sooner or later. But you chose sooner. Well, shit. Threw you out into the street, unarmed, bloodied. You have no strength left to crawl away from the sunlight, no way to end your suffering on your own terms. You'll burn slowly. There's no one left to blame. Unless... Unless? Alright, well 9 out of 10. We just got, like, we would have all the endings, but we got... There's a secret ending. The bald guy tells not to test anyone for 2 days, then dig the hole in the basement, don't jump in the pit. Oh, so there actually is another ending if I don't go in the pit? There's no ending for not going into the pit? Okay. Well, I wonder, like, what day does the pregnant lady spawn? Any day? I don't know if that's true. Well, because, like, it takes, like, a set amount of time for her to, like, progress. So there's no way she spawns in, like, the later days. I feel like the one ending we don't have is probably like the most fucked up one. My God, there's so many people in the house. Okay. You tell him you're alone, you die. It's one of the endings. I guess that's it. We need to get rid of one of the visitors so they don't kill Tall Guy. I think... Well... Just drink the beer. Oh, he took the Tall Guy. Dang it. You jerk. Alright, well, Lobos just messaged me, said he's down to play Night Rain now, so I think we're gonna switch over. I'm gonna make a save here, though. Maybe after we're done with Night Rain, we could try to get this final ending. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of just RNG, though. It kind of sucks, like, because we should have already had this ending, but because the game... I mean, we have a save file on day 5 now, so I guess you could just like reload over and over and hopefully just, because I think if you reload, you get different NPCs. I'm pretty sure that's happened like multiple times, so. Yes, Dave 5. Have you talked fully to Coat Lady in all of her dialogues? I don't know. I might have not. There's some dialogue that I missed on some NPCs, I think. I guess there's also the cat lady thing. That we can try to do. Do you need Big Mama for the cat lady? I don't think so. All right. Yeah, we're gonna do some Night Rain for a little while now, chat. I guess I didn't really need to use the kombucha. Well, it doesn't really matter. Hello? Game is being weird. Back to the mines, yes.